Phantom has a staggering 8-game winning streak heading into this one. It's a huge momentum shift compared to the struggles Catalyst has been facing lately. We'll see if that psychological edge is enough to dismantle Catalyst's strong map history here. Unbelievable speed from Phantom, who just tore through that round without taking any damage. He's simply not giving up any ground, taking a commanding lead early on. Catalyst finally finds his mark, picking him off the ramp. He's definitely trying to get a bit of revenge after those recent losses. Phantom is just dominating, sitting pretty at 5-1. He is carrying a massive amount of confidence from those recent matchups. Wow, what a fight! Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp. A big performance needed from the number 6 seed here. Phantom holds that high ground and puts another round in the book, extending his lead further. The number 2 player in the league is really putting on a show. Catalyst is currently sitting at a 73% win rate on this map. It's a significant advantage over Phantom's history here. He has a lot of ground to make up, but is clearly leaning into that confidence. A fierce exchange from the ramp, and Catalyst manages to secure another one. The gap is closing quickly now. He's putting on a lot of pressure right now. He survives by a hair in that war on the ramp, keeping the streak alive. He is simply refusing to let the lead slip away. We've got a dead heat at 6, all going into the break. It's a real toss-up now. Catalyst has the better map history here, but he's fighting an uphill battle against Phantom's current hot streak. Fresh start for both players. Goodness, that was an absolute war. He claws out the survival with just a sliver of health left. He's just shaking off the pressure and keeping his composure. Pure chaos now. We are locked in a total deadlock at 7 apiece. Insane. He just barely clutched that exchange, surviving with almost nothing left in the tank. Phantom has really owned his head-to-head recently. That's an effortless finish for Catalyst, who has now completely leveled the playing field. He's finally shaking off the nerves to lock this fight into a stalemate. Phantom puts a stop to that run, flushing Catalyst out of the ramp for a 1-round lead. The number 6 seed is fighting hard to keep this close. Phantom is really putting on the pressure now, using that height advantage on the ramp to extend his lead. He's maintaining a really strong grip on this series. A gritty fight there, but he manages to outlast him and stay in the fight. Both players have been incredibly active on the servers today. Catalyst just blew right through him on the ramp, completing a fantastic rally to tie this series. Phantom is starting to look like the much steadier hand here as the pressure mounts. He's really looking to make a clean sweep of today's matches. Another flawless exchange as he knocks Phantom off the ramp to bring the score even. It's becoming a total toss-up regardless of the initial projections. What a way to seize control. Catalyst just puts himself on the verge of victory. An incredible flip of the script from the early favorite. What a clash! He digs deep from the boxes to force this game into overtime. It's a brutal slog for the rank 6 seed. That was a lightning-fast exchange to put the pressure right back on Catalyst. That's already 4 straight maps decided in Phantom's favor. Absolute precision from Catalyst, who shuts down the rally by clearing him off the ramp. Absolute nerves of steel to force this into a tie. Everything is coming down to these final exchanges, and the tension is just through the roof right now. This is exactly how he's played most of their head-to-head. What grit from Catalyst to secure the equalizer, refusing to back down in this overtime thriller. The favorite is having to fight a real dogfight here. What's a hard-stopping finish? He barely keeps his head above water to take the lead 15-14. He really knows how to find that opening when the game's on the line. A perfect sequence from Catalyst to force the deadlock, putting him just one round away from victory. Phantom fights back to grab a narrow 16-15 lead. Complete parity at 16 apiece. This is absolute madness. Catalyst edges ahead, pushing the count to 17-16. He's fully turned the tables on the pre-match projections. Neither man is budging. We're locked at 17 all. It's essentially a coin flip now. Phantom strikes back, reclaiming a slim lead at 18-17. Total deadlock now, with Catalyst pushing it back to 18-18. He is proving to be an incredibly stubborn opponent tonight. Phantom pulls ahead by 1, taking a 19-18 lead. Catalyst answers right back. We're completely tied up at 19. Catalyst seizes the lead, pushing the score to 20-19. Just a razor-thin margin separating these two right now. Catalyst holds a 2-round cushion at 21-19. The momentum has completely shifted since the overtime start. Catalyst is looming large now with a 3-round cushion. He really put an end to that 8-game run. Just an incredible showing from the underdog to finally get one over his rival. What a fight! Emotion Mid Phantom has really dominated the all-time head-to-head with over 800 wins. It's an impressive record to hold against someone as high-rated as Catalyst. I wonder if that long-term confidence gives him the edge in this series. Emotion Mid. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The current momentum definitely favors the Sax-ranked player. Things are completely wide open now. Neither player is able to put together any real momentum early on. Phantom just snatched the lead, putting him up 3-2. He's really locking in after that tough loss on Blame Redline. Catalyst holds the ramp and keeps the set perfectly deadlocked. The underdogs are definitely stepping up their game today. Phantom pulls ahead once more, taking a 4-3 lead. It's a stark contrast to his recent struggles in the last 10. Phantom is currently operating at a high level, coming in with a 24-12 record over the last day. So yeah, he is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to break this momentum.
We've got a total stalemate at 5-all.
Seeing him push back against the second highest rated player is impressive. Both players are keeping the pace incredibly high, as those rounds are flying by in a flash. Emotion Mid, we're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. The underdog is really proving he can compete here. With Phantom holding a 63% map win rate, he's definitely showing why he's dangerous on Orange Emotion Mid. Switching sides now, let's go. Phantom edges ahead with a slim 1-round cushion. A strong showing from the 2-player in our rating today. Phantom is really starting to pull away at 8-6. A really commanding stretch from the higher rated player here. What a hard stopper! He barely escapes with his life, but that's 3 straight now. He's really capitalizing on the momentum after that shaky start to the set. Absolute perfection on that shot, and the charge reaches 4 straight for him. It's a total turnaround from that narrow defeat on Redline. He just can't be stopped as the streak hits 5. Looking very sharp considering he's coming off a loss earlier this set. He just cannot be slowed down, moving into the 12th round with an incredible amount of force. And there it is. He shuts the door on this match with a total display of power. He just looked entirely too comfortable in those late rounds. That's an incredibly fast way to clear this map. Phantom enters this one with a heavy advantage in their head-to-head history, boasting 813 career wins over his opponent. And honestly, that confidence is showing in the early exchanges. He's the higher rated player on the ladder right now, which should give him a real mental edge as the match develops. Unbelievable! He somehow claws back from the edge to secure the lead. Insane! He's completely out of health and still secures the point. Absolutely breathless, Catalyst manages to dig deep from the boost and claw back the lead at 2-2. Crucial point for the 6th ranked player to keep this series level. Phantom pulls ahead again, putting the pressure on Catalyst. The number 2 seed is looking very comfortable right now. And just like that, Catalyst levels things up at 3-3. Phantom really capitalized on that high ground to seize the lead. He's clearly benefiting from a hot streak in his last 10 games. Phantom is really putting that 25-12 run from today to good use. It's starting to look like Catalyst is just unable to find a counter to this momentum. He needs to make a stand right now, or this will get out of hand quickly. He's just not letting up. That's 4 in a row now, and he's making it look effortless. A sharp reaction from Catalyst to finally break that momentum before the half. He's really digging in despite that shaky recent form. It's 8-4 in favor of Phantom. I mean, we really expected the favorite to take a grip on this series, but he's just not showing up right now. He needs a huge shift in energy if he wants to save this game. Let's see if the sides shift. Phantom really likes that ramp angle. It's just too much for Catalyst to handle right now. His current form is reflecting that 90% win rate over the last 10. Phantom is just dominating this, cruising to a 10-4 lead. A total opposite of the result we saw in the red line clash. Catalyst manages a slim recovery to bring it to 10-5. A strong push from the number 6 rated player right here. The pace has been lightning fast lately. These exchanges are over before the viewer even has time to blink. He shuts down that little rally and is now just one step away from a victory. He's completely in control of this series. Game over? He closes out the series with a stunning display of precision. He's just continuing to tear through the bracket today. This result really cements that massive lead he's built up over the weekend. Phantom enters this as the heavy favorite with a dominant 66% win rate on this specific map. It's a bit surprising to see him drop the opening exchange given how much he's been controlling their recent head-to-head clashes. He'll want to settle in quickly before Catalyst builds any confidence. Catalyst is surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. He's looking sharp, having just rolled through 2 previous maps today. Things are moving fast now, and Phantom has completely flipped the script to tie this up. And another one. He just blindsided Catalyst on the wine to take full control. He's simply unstoppable right now, racking up 4 straight to firmly take the lead. He's certainly playing up to that number 2 ranking right now. He's just not letting up, picking up another win to keep this streak alive. His recent form has been night and day compared to his opponent. Catalyst puts up a fight, securing an easy pick from the wine. Quick reflex play to keep the pressure on. What a scramble! He manages to emerge from that exchange and keep his momentum going. He's really starting to close that gap after being outclassed in the early stages. Phantom manages to clear him off the wine, keeping the momentum squarely in his favor. He's been absolutely dominant in their head-to-head meetings lately. Phantom is absolutely locked in with a 90% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to what Catalyst has been going through lately. He's really capitalizing on that momentum to put himself in a commanding position. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break, while the betting favorites are definitely sweating right now. He's proving he can handle the pressure, but Catalyst still has plenty of room to claw back. Phantom holds a strong 3-round buffer at 8-5. Just a glimpse of the raw skill gap between these two. Phantom is cruising now, extending his lead to 9-5. Catalyst reads him perfectly and cleans him up from the wine to narrow this gap. He's really finding a way to make this one competitive. Phantom's now sitting pretty with a commanding 10-6 advantage. That's a really fast response. Catalyst is really struggling to find any answers today. Wow, that was a complete war of attrition, and Catalyst just barely scrapes through. He really had to dig deep to secure that one. Catalyst is fighting back hard now. He's really making a push to turn this around. What a chaotic fight! He clings to life and secures his 3rd straight win. A huge shift in momentum for the underdog. He's out of control. That is 4 straight for the underdog as the deficit shrinks further. He is completely erasing the pre-match script right now. He is on fire. A 5th straight victory brings things completely level at 11-11. He is simply cruising toward the finish line now, and he's just 1 round away from a victory. Absolutely massive stand by Phantom to clear him off the wine and force overtime. His long-term head-to-head lead is really staring back at him now. Phantom is just refusing to let go, shutting things down from the wine to stay in control. He's certainly looking a lot more comfortable now than he did in their previous series. He's simply refusing to back down, securing another rapid win to keep the pressure high. Absolute precision. He completely dismantles that encounter to keep the streak rolling. Unbelievable! He secures the final kill to close it out and take the series. He almost let this one slide after that incredible run, but he just found another gear in overtime. He really had to dig deep for that one. What a battle! An intense duel on the ramp, and Catalyst manages to come out on top in that first exchange. Phantom is sitting on a strong 70% win rate on this map, which makes this start quite a surprise. It's really strange considering he's completely dominated their recent meetings. I wonder if the pressure is starting to get to him. That was a great fight, but he digs in and secures another point. It's a huge relief for him to finally get back on the board. He puts the pressure on and knocks Catalyst right off that container. The early lead for Catalyst is starting to evaporate. Catalyst is really finding his footing early here, shutting down Phantom right as he tried to push the ramp. He keeps refusing to buckle, chipping away at that early deficit. The gap in their ladder positions is starting to feel irrelevant. Looking at the raw data, Phantom holds a significant head-to-head lead with over 800 wins. It's a strange contrast to what we're seeing right now. I'm curious if Catalyst has finally figured out the blueprint to shut him down. A flawless sequence from Phantom, and we are all square in the set. Still a tough hill to climb for the underdog. Phantom just clears the ramp to secure another point and is absolutely surging right now. The favorite is finally looking like the better player. We're headed into the break with a deadlock at 6-6 OK, so this is a wild swing from the pre-match outlook. Phantom is showing exactly why he has a 70% win rate here on Mapas. Time to switch sides. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 in a nail biter. A serious struggle for the 6th ranked player to hold the line. A gritty exchange there, and the favorite has finally wrestled the score back to a deadlock. That was a long battle, but he manages to stay calm. He's firmly in control now, moving his lead to 8-7. The momentum shift is coinciding with his superior ranking on the ladder. Catalyst answers back, and we're back to a dead heat. The momentum is shifting despite the gap in their overall rankings. He's showing some real grit, clawing back into the lead. He definitely deserves that top 10 spot on the ladder. Both players traded heavy damage, but he managed to edge out the victory to keep this climb going. He's looking much more like the favorite as we close this out. Phantom takes the edge with a tight 10-9 lead. It's a complete reversal from those dominant results they shared earlier. He's just refusing to let this slip, digging in to build a 2-round lead. He's definitely operating at the level of a top 10 seed right now. These last few rounds have been lightning fast. Nobody's giving any ground tonight. He's showing incredible resilience after those tough losses earlier today. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, quickly taking control of the pace here. It's a total stalemate between the two of them. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving himself into a position to close this series. That was a completely different pace compared to the previous two. Absolute chaos. He's forced this match into overtime with a brilliant individual finish. Absolutely zero room for error moving into the final stretch. He's managed to claw back a slim lead in this absolute war of attrition. Cruel timing for the number 2 seed to be on the back foot. Catalyst is really steaming now, capitalizing on this momentum to pull further away. A huge shift in form for someone who struggled so much earlier today. He just blindsided Phantom right off that ramp, putting himself just 1 point away from victory. A brutal way to see his lead vanish in an instant. Unbelievable! He shuts the door on this match with a perfect finish to claim the victory. He really stepped up when the stakes were highest to secure this victory. I can't believe he actually pulled it off in overtime. What a fight! Phantom sits comfortably at rank 2 on our ladder, and he usually owns the historical edge in this series. But Catalyst is really showing a lot of confidence today after taking that first round. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Catalyst is rolling right now, leading 2-1. He's clearly using that historical advantage to fight back. Things are completely deadlocked now, and it feels like the momentum has shifted right back into Phantom's hands. The higher seed is starting to impose his will here. That's 3 straight. He's simply outclassing everything Catalyst throws at him right now. He's showing why he's currently sitting at that number 2 spot. And Catalyst answers right back to level the playing field. The number 6 seed is putting up a huge fight today. Catalyst manages to snatch a slim 1-round lead. He's definitely playing with a lot of chip on his shoulder tonight. We are back to a dead heat at 4 apiece. Both players are fighting hard for a lead in this one. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on with those quick reactions. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life in that slugfest to take a 2-round lead. He's really defying his usual head-to-head struggles in this series. Phantom handles that cleanly, taking him right off the box to bring this game level. He's coming into this set with a strong 26-12 record today. We've got a 6-all deadlock heading into the break. I mean, it's a bit of a shock to see the favorite struggling this much to pull ahead. Phantom is really making the most of his map experience here. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst just edges ahead, holding a precarious 7-6 lead. It's definitely not looking like the expected blowout. Phantom secures the advantage from the high ground, taking total control of the server. A huge battle for height there, but Catalyst manages to outduel him for the superior position. Catalyst is just too quick right now, easily dealing with Phantom from below. The tide has completely turned and he's now staring down a 3-round streak. It's just a completely different story than their usual encounters. Phantom picks him off the box, showing some real grit to close the gap. Just a glimpse of that raw firepower we've seen from him all day. He's refusing to back down, securing another round to bring the score within a single game. It's a desperate scramble now for that lead. Absolutely effortless. He's now completely wiped the slate clean to bring this set back to a deadlock. He is absolutely on fire, extending that run to 4 straight and seizing the lead. That's exactly why he entered this server as the heavy favorite. A total reversal of fortune, and now he's just 1 step away from ending it. He is simply too precise with his crosshair placement right now. Catalyst manages to shut that charge down, knocking him right off the box to keep the dream alive. The resilience we're seeing from him is impressive. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series to secure the win. He really had to dig deep to find that final push. Catalyst pushed him to the absolute limit today. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Phantom and Catalyst facing off to see who comes out on top today. Catalyst really played it smart there, using that ramp to get a great look at Phantom. Catalyst is really making a statement early on, claiming the ramp for a second straight round. The higher rated man is definitely feeling the pressure early. He's just too fast for the competition right now, taking full control of this opening set. A real surprise given how the favorites have usually fared lately. He is absolutely shredding through this match, picking up another flawless point. That's a stark contrast to their head-to-head history. Phantom manages to hold the ramp and puts a stop to the run. He's showing the kind of form we've seen from him in those last 10. Catalyst is just far too quick today, utilizing that height on the ramp to secure another win. Catalyst is just too precise right now, cleaning up Phantom even with the height advantage. The momentum completely favors the underdog right now. He's absolutely on fire, shutting everything down from the ramp to extend this run. A real shift in pace for Catalyst after a tough day overall. Phantom manages to secure the win from the ramp to keep things moving. Both players have been fighting through an absolute gauntlet of series today. What an absolute scramble. Both players were fighting for their lives on the ramp, but he barely escapes with the round. The number 6 seed is really taking advantage of the match conditions. Phantom has clearly been the superior force over their lifetime history, but that doesn't seem to matter in this specific set. It looks like Catalyst is just completely ignoring the odds of this matchup. I wonder if the veteran can find a way to claw back from this deficit. Catalyst goes into the break with a 10-2 lead, and honestly, his huge map edge is showing. He's just completely outclassing the second seed right now. What a fight! Both players were practically empty, but he scrapes through with the narrowest of margins. Both of them were a hair away from death there. He's clawing back a bit of ground, but he still has a massive hill to climb to get this back on track. His higher standing on the ladder makes him a dangerous opponent. Unreal! He just managed to survive that chaos by the skin of his teeth. A familiar sight given their overall history together. What a war! He survives the heaviest exchange of the set to put himself just one step away from the victory. Absolutely stunning! He shuts it all down to close out the series and secure the victory. He just completely dismantled the favorite today, making it look way easier than the rating suggested. Phantom comes into this with a significant historical advantage, holding a 55% win rate over Catalyst in their head-to-head history. That general superiority is definitely showing up on this specific layout, where he's far more comfortable. We'll see if he can maintain that control. Catalyst has a slim lead as we head back. Despite the rankings, the momentum currently swings toward the 6th seed. A complete shutdown here as he secures his 3rd straight win. That's already a handful of rounds after his 13-4 dominant win today. Simply effortless, he just won't let up. The favorite is really struggling to find an answer here. He is simply on another level right now, extending that grip to 5 straight. Just completely different from how the Blame Dunes match played out. He just won't slow down, racking up a 6th straight round to completely flip the script. It's a harsh reality check for the 2nd ranked player here. Absolutely ruthless, he just keeps stacking these wins. He's completely ignoring the historical gap right now. A back-and-forth exchange that ends with another win, extending his streak to 8. The gap in their ladder ratings is practically non-existent at this point. Phantom finally puts a stop to that slide with a clean takedown. He's definitely feeling the pressure of his recent 15-24 record today. Catalyst has now taken a massive 7-round lead in this series. It's a shocking turn of events given that he's typically viewed as the heavy underdog in this specific rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before Phantom finds his footing. We're looking at a 9-3 lead for Catalyst heading into the switch, and honestly, this is exactly what we predicted. The 6th seed is playing perfectly to the script and puts a huge amount of pressure on Phantom. Catalyst holds a commanding 9-4 lead now. He's definitely bringing that top 2 ladder experience into this half. Catalyst just pushes his lead to 10. He really seems to have his number throughout this series. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win in a chaotic trade that left both players gasping. Phantom is digging deep, trailing by 4 now. He's managing to shake off that poor 30% recent form. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after that brawl, securing another victory from the ramp. He's simply refusing to go down without a fight. He's on a tear now, taking another round without taking any damage. The confidence is radiating off him now. Another perfectly clean kill for the trailing player, keeping this charge alive. It's becoming a real dogfight now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit to bring us level at 10-all. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Unbelievable. He's just completely taken over this map with a 7th straight win. The higher rank is finally asserting total control. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a clean victory to put himself just 1 round away from the win. Just completely different from the disaster he's had elsewhere in the bracket. What an incredible turnaround. He storms back from a huge deficit to close the series. Talk about a roller coaster of a set. He really had to fight through the dirt for that one, but he finally got the job done. He had to work for that. Phantom looks very comfortable here with a 70% win rate on this specific map. It's an impressive mark, and it really puts the pressure on Catalyst to find a way back into this series. We'll see if he can adjust his approach early. Phantom's keeping the momentum with a 2-1 lead. The number 2 seed is really showing his class today. What a scrap! Catalyst manages to claw through that exchange and level the game at 2-2. He's showing some real grit to stay in this battle. Catalyst takes a narrow 3-2 grip on this series. The number 6 guy is looking incredibly sharp right now. A real scramble on that ramp, but Phantom was just a split second quicker to react. A tight deadlock as we head toward the middle of the map. Absolutely wild, he barely clutched that one out, surviving with a sliver of health to reclaim the lead. That's a strong start for a player sitting at rank 2. A complete shutdown there. He's now 3 rounds stronger, putting an absolute stranglehold on this contest. A very dominant showing from him so far today. He's absolutely cruising now, claiming his 4th straight victory from the ramp. The higher rated side is simply too clean right now. He refuses to back down, halting that momentum and keeping himself in the fight. Expectations were sky high for the favorite, but we've got a fight here. A total shutout for Catalyst as he keeps this recovery going right into the break. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is really putting the pressure on the heavy favorite right now. We're seeing a serious shift in expectations after that 4-round run. Time to swap sides. Unbelievable! He barely clings on with 3 health to stay in the mix. That was absolutely heart-stopping. A chaotic scramble that almost went the other way. Phantom has a strong historical record here with over 800 total wins against Catalyst. Well, that head-to-head edge usually translates to confidence in these late-game situations. It will be interesting to see if that mental advantage helps him close this out quickly. Catalyst proves he can weather the storm, safely securing this point to keep the gap small. Both players are trading blows in a dead heat now. Phantom is really tightening his grip on this lead, securing a huge advantage from the ramp. Phantom is pulling away, now sitting pretty at 10-7. His recent daily tally of 26-13 shows he's in a great spot today. That was a grueling battle, but he survives the chaos to keep his momentum surging. His rating seems to be reflecting the difference in quality. Another clean exchange, and now he's just one more round away from victory. Just completely in control of this series. A frantic trade there, but Catalyst keeps the hope alive by coming out on top. He's showing some serious resilience to stay in this match. He's not letting the door close just yet, picking up another round to keep this contest alive. A really precise exchange that puts the pressure back on the favorite. He is completely on fire right now, keeping his composure as the gap closes to just 2. A complete shift in energy as we enter the final stretch. He's simply not stopping, racking up another easy point to keep this comeback dream alive. What an absolute powerhouse performance. He forces this into overtime with a totally flawless finish. Phantom strikes fast, deleting him right off that ramp to move one step closer to the finish. This is exactly the type of composure you'd expect from the second best player. The tempo is picking up, and that last fight was over in a heartbeat. That's just a flicker of movement, and it's over. He's putting on a clinic from the ramp and just needs one more round to end this. Pure poise from the top-rated side as he closes the gap. A clutch response from Catalyst to keep the dream alive and push this further into the distance. That was a fierce response to avoid the defeat. He's digging deep to keep his hopes alive, winning another gritty exchange. The momentum has completely shifted since the start of the series. Unreal effort, he secures another point from the ramp and now just needs one more to wrap this up. Phantom stands his ground, holding a thin 1-point lead. Phantom keeps the edge with a 17-15 lead. It's proving to be a tough day at the office for the number 6 seed. Phantom edges ahead by a single point now. He's fighting from behind, but the resolve is definitely there. Everything squared up at 17 all for these two. Absolute chaos as we enter a total deadlock. Neither one of them is giving an inch right now. Phantom regains his narrow advantage, leading 18-17. His top 4 ranking is really starting to carry some weight. Absolute stalemate as we hit a dead even 18-18. Total deadlock in a series that shifted far from the initial projections. Catalyst pulls ahead, taking a slim 19-18 lead. Phantom answers back, and we are locked at 19 apiece. Phantom pounces back to take a narrow 2019 lead. His 64% all-time record speaks to that kind of consistency. Total deadlock at 20 all for these two. It's an absolute toss-up now, a complete coin flip. Phantom claws back to a 21-20 advantage. His ranking definitely provides a safety net in these high-stakes moments. And we're back to an even split at 21-21. This match is practically a mirror image right now. Phantom manages to sneak ahead, now leading 22-21. Phantom extends his lead to 23-21 with a clean win. Catalyst answers back to leave things tied at 23-22. A crucial stop right when the pressure was peaking. Phantom pulls slightly ahead, now sitting at 24-22. He's really proving his class in this overtime battle. Phantom surges ahead, putting a free round cushion between them. He really dug in deep to stop that comeback. Catalyst played out of his mind in overtime, but he just couldn't close the deal. He had to work for that. Phantom enters this one with a significant map advantage, boasting a 68% win rate here. Well, he is certainly carrying that confidence into this series given how he's been performing lately. I wonder if Catalyst can find a way to flip the script. Phantom is really starting to dictate the pace of this series, just cleaning up the window for another round. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece, and this is getting intense. He's proving that early confidence was well placed. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure now, utilizing that ramp height to carve out a lead. A total reversal from how the top seed has looked today. He's completely taken over this match, powering forward to a 4-2 lead. He's really struggling to find that form he's shown over the last day. Phantom answers back immediately, cleaning up the exchange and cutting the lead to 1. Catalyst is really controlling the flow here, taking that ramp advantage to hold a solid lead. Phantom had the high ground this time, putting a stop to Catalyst's momentum. He is definitely the more dangerous player on the ladder right now. Catalyst is playing with a lot of urgency right now, capitalizing on that ramp, positioning to keep the lead. Catalyst is currently operating at a massive deficit in their head-to-head history, trailing by over 100 rounds won. So yeah, it's really interesting to see the momentum shift this way after the way the match started. He's definitely proving that he can handle the pressure in this series. Catalyst takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going according to plan for him right now. He's looking sharp and completely in control of the server. Both of them fighting for that same ramp space, but Phantom proves he's just a bit quicker to react. It makes sense, seeing as he's sitting in that second rank on the ladder. Catalyst is just ruthless now, pushing to 9-5. Everything is leaning his way despite the rating gap. Catalyst is just dominating this, extending the gap to 9-6. Catalyst is just on a tear right now, quickly widening the gap as the pressure mounts. The odds really weren't reflecting this current reality. Catalyst keeps the pedal down, extending his lead to 10-7. It really shows why the ranked 2 seed was the pick here. He is showing real grit now, securing another point to bring the deficit down to 2. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, striking from the ramp to extend his run. He's completely erased the gap from earlier. A quick reaction there to bring the count to 11-9. This result completely flips the pre-match expectations on its head. Another fast reaction from the toolbox, and Catalyst is now just a single round away from victory. He is just completely outclassing the favorite at this point. Phantom strikes from the ramp to keep himself in this, refusing to go down easy. He needed to pull that off to stay in the game. What a finish! Catalyst closes it out right here to secure the series victory. He really had to dig deep to survive those close scrapes and secure the victory. Just a massive heart there. What a fight! Phantom has a commanding 65% win rate on this particular map. It's a huge advantage compared to what Catalyst brings to the table here. We just have to see if the high-seeded player can keep that momentum going. The pressure just keeps mounting for Catalyst as the opposition secures another rapid win. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded, but he manages to scrap through with a sliver of health. The skill difference between these two is on full display. Another effortless pick, and this time he just clears him right off the box. A tough stretch today for a player usually favored in this matchup. He's just not letting up, securing his 6th straight round with an instant headshot. Catalyst finally answers back, securing a clean win to get back on the board. He's currently sitting just behind in the standings for the day. Catalyst has a tough record today with a 15-25 tally over the last day. It's a gritty performance, but he's clearly refusing to let this match slide away. He needs to keep his foot on the gas to bridge that gap. Phantom is just dominating, now leading by a massive 6. He's having a far more successful day than Catalyst with that 26-13 record. What a wild exchange. He barely manages to survive a brutal slugfest to keep his momentum surging. That's a huge difference in confidence for the second-seeded player. Phantom holds a huge 10-2 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is a shocking start for Catalyst, who was supposed to carry this game. He's looking completely lost right now. Time for Catalyst to wake up. Phantom is just refusing to let his opponent breathe. He's practically in a different league right now. The overall head-to-head is leaning his way too. Phantom has a huge lead to protect, but he's looking a bit shaky after that latest exchange. The second-seeded player is finally seeing some resistance. A flawless execution as he secures another win, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He keeps the fight alive, pushing the tally to 4-12 in a tight skirmish. The underdog is certainly playing spoiler right now. He's keeping the surge going, denying the match point with an incredibly fast burst. He's simply refusing to go away, putting together a stronger trio of rounds to stifle that finish. Quite a reversal from how the pre-match odds looked. And that is it. Phantom closes out the series with a perfect final blow. He just played his way right into a dominant spot, proving exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings right now. Phantom comes into this with a strong 66% win rate on the map. He's definitely carrying a massive amount of confidence after taking the series lead in their most recent encounter. I want to see if Catalyst can actually find a way to break that momentum. Phantom is cruising right now, holding a slim 2-1 lead. Phantom is just blinking and the round is over. He's finding some seriously fast reactions early on here. Phantom is just dominating this series, leading 4-1. The current gap in the ladder is showing right now. He's just not letting up, putting the pressure back on with another clean win. The rank 2 player is putting on a serious show right now. Absolutely effortless. He's now sitting on a 4-round tier. He looks much more comfortable than he did in their Dunes encounter. A fast response here to finally cut the streak down. He's showing why he's the number 6 seed in this bracket. Phantom has been having a fantastic day with a 27-13 record over the last 24 hours. You can tell he's in top form considering how easily he's handling the pressure here. It's starting to look like this will be a very one-sided affair. What a nail-biter. He barely survives that exchange from the wine to keep this close. The higher-rated player is finally facing some resistance. Phantom finds the angle and shuts that down quickly, leaving Catalyst in a deep hole. He's really hammering home that historical advantage today. We head into the break with Phantom leading 9-3. Honestly, the pre-match hype around Catalyst is not matching this reality. Phantom is in complete control of this map right now. Catalyst really needs to wake up. Phantom is just relentless, now pushing the lead to 10-3. He's really making the most of that 70% form over his last 10. This is becoming a complete blowout. Catalyst just has no answer for those reaction times right now. He puts on a show with a perfect shot, leaving the game sitting at match point. Just a total shutdown in the final seconds. A quick reaction from Catalyst to deny the closing round. A huge shot there to put some doubt in his mind. He's absolutely refusing to go down quietly, keeping the dream alive with a pristine finish. Unreal. He's just found another gear, racking up 3 straight to stay alive. He is on fire, simply untouchable right now as he pushes that streak to 4. Total shift in energy as the momentum swings this way. He is absolutely refusing to stop, clearing the wine for his 5th straight win. He's completely rewritten the script for this series. He keeps the momentum swinging, managing to dig his way out of a brutal fight to take another round. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Game over, Phantom slams the door shut with a final absolute shutdown of his opponent. That comeback from Catalyst was absolutely wild, but he just couldn't find the final answer to stop him. What a battle! Phantom has been a nightmare for him recently, taking a strong 55% share of their historical matchups. He's definitely leaning into that psychological edge today. We have to see if Catalyst can flip the script this time. Phantom is just cruising right now, leading 2-0. The favorite is putting on a display here. Unbelievable speed. He's completely taken over this early stretch. He's really making that rank 2 status felt early on. He's simply too fast for him right now, sweeping through another round without taking any damage. Absolute control from him. That's 5 in a row. He's certainly putting that number 2 rank into use. What a chaotic exchange. He barely edges out the victory in a brutal shootout. He's really battling through a rough stretch today. Catalyst really thrives on this specific map with a 65% win rate. You can see his confidence growing now that he's strung together a couple of rounds. He's trying to turn this into a real contest before the lead gets out of hand. What a fight! He takes control from the ramp to keep this surge going. That's a massive shift in energy right now. The underdog is making a loud statement right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, claiming another effortless victory to keep this rally going. Phantom answers back immediately to reclaim a 2-round lead. It's a rough 24 hours for him so far today. Phantom holds a solid 3-round cushion at 7-4. He is definitely leaning into that 27-12 record from the last day. Phantom heads into the break with a 4-8 lead, and honestly he's proving why he's ranked second in the league. Catalyst was expected to take this one, but he's clearly struggling to keep up. Time to see a fresh perspective. Goodness, that was breathless. He secures the kill from the ramp, but barely walks away from that exchange. Just an echo of the previous series they shared today. Whoa, he barely claws through that exchange, barely scraping by to keep his lead. It's a rough stretch for the number 6 seed today. He's refusing to go quietly, securing a quick win from the boost to trim the lead. Slightly less oppressive than their previous map together today. Phantom is just completely outclassing him in these head-to-head exchanges today. It's just not his day, and that's a harsh reality right now. He's fighting for every single point now, refusing to let this slip away easily. He's definitely trying to shake off those recent losses to his opponent. That was essentially a blink and you miss it win to put the match on the line. Absolutely clinical timing to secure the cushion. And that is it. He clears the ramp to close out the series. He's really stamping his authority on this rivalry lately. Just completely another level of play for him today. Phantom is carrying an incredible amount of confidence right now after winning 3 straight maps against Catalyst. It's clear that he's shifted the dynamic of this rivalry in his favor today. Let's see if Catalyst can find any answer to that momentum. What a scramble! He claws out the victory despite nearly being taken down himself. The favorite is certainly justifying that higher seed early on. The onslaught continues as he secures his 4th straight victory. He's completely controlling this early stage of the series. Absolutely crushing it. He just can't be stopped right now. It's been a rough day for his opponent, dropping his last 3 matches. Unbelievable. He survives a brutal exchange with just a sliver of health to keep this streak alive. Finally, he gets a point on the board with a completely one-sided exchange. Hard to believe he entered this series as the underdog. Phantom is holding a significant advantage with a win rate of 63% on this specific layout. It's clear why the higher rated player has such a strong grip on this match. Now the goal is to see if Catalyst can actually sustain this shift in momentum. That's another one for the frontrunner, barely breaking a sweat. He's looking quite sharp after a huge day in the league so far. Phantom is just ruthlessly dominating with an 8-3 lead. We go into the break with Phantom leading 8-4. I mean, the underdog is putting on a show right now. He is simply ignoring the pre-match hype and playing exactly like the rank number 2 player he is. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 9-4. The rank 2 seed is just putting on a clinic. Catalyst pulls 1 back, but Phantom still leads 9-5. The number 6 seed is fighting hard to keep things competitive. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is really stepping up his game as we move deeper into this set. He's completely taken over now, putting together an impressive rally to close the gap. The pressure is starting to mount on the top seed. He holds the high ground on the ramp and keeps the charge going. The momentum shift is out of this world right now. A complete reversal of roles from how this series started. Phantom answers back immediately with a crisp headshot to hold that rally. The gap is widening again. Phantom is just too quick for him right now. He's proving as reliable as his record in their overall head-to-head. He's refusing to back down, keeping the fight alive by clawing back another point. He's showing a lot of grit to stay in this fight. A fierce trade of shots, but he manages to pull ahead just in time to reach match point. Incredible tenacity. He barely holds on to keep this game alive. Pure desperation in that exchange, but it pays off for him. Boom! He just shuts the door with a perfect final shot to close out the series. Catalyst really pushed him to the limit in that second half, but he just couldn't find that final gear. What a fight! Phantom is coming into this as the top player on our rating scale, and it looks like he's in peak form, especially since he's already taken 3 straight games from Catalyst today. We have to see if that momentum carries through here. Unreal. He survives a chaotic trade-off, clinging to a tiny sliver of health to even the score. That's a gritty response from the number 6 ranked player. Phantom holds a slim lead as we enter round 3. It's looking like the top seed is simply too strong today. Phantom is dominating a massive 3-1 lead right now. Phantom has really owned this matchup in their recent encounters. Catalyst is refusing to go quietly today, keeping this series much tighter than anyone expected. A total stalemate now with both players tied at 3. The 1-rated player in the league is looking vulnerable right now. Phantom pulls ahead just a notch with a 4-3 lead. Phantom is continuing a very strong run from the last 24 hours. Catalyst has typically been the heavy favorite in this rivalry, but his map record here is a struggling 43%. It seems like Phantom is capitalizing on that weakness to pull away. Now the real question is, if Catalyst can flip the script, Phantom is really starting to stretch his lead to 6-4. He really looks as fresh as he did in that 13-6 win earlier. These exchanges are becoming incredibly brief. Phantom is just outreacting him right now. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead after the first half. I mean, he was supposed to be the underdog here, but the number 1 seed is completely taking over. He's simply too sharp for Catalyst right now. Time for the switch. He puts on a great display of resilience, picking up another round from the box. His confidence is clearly growing after the side switch. What a scramble! He almost goes down, but digs deep to bring this whole match back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos in that last exchange, but he just won't go down. Phantom edges ahead by a single round. He really is playing at a different level this afternoon. Absolutely effortless, he wipes the slate clean, bringing this match right back to a deadlock. It's a completely different story than the first 12 rounds. Phantom manages to reclaim control, leading 9-8. His 28 wins today prove he's playing at a high volume. Phantom's just pulling further away now at 10-8. The gap in their career totals is really showing. He completely survives that firefight to extend his run to 3 straight. He's certainly justifying that number 1 ranking with this run. He manages to hold that box position, keeping the fight alive as he pushes back into this game. He is staying aggressive, shutting down the momentum as he closes in on the leader. He's really found a way to steady the ship in this second half. That was far too easy. He's just 1 round away from ending it. A really convincing performance from the favorite throughout this match. He wraps it up right here. Phantom closes out the series with a perfect finish. Catalyst really fought back with those narrow survives, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a match. Phantom is currently on a 5-match winning streak. It's a huge contrast to the recent struggles Catalyst has faced in his last 10 outings. He'll need to find a way to break this momentum early. Tied up at 1 apiece, Catalyst is holding his own. He's certainly shaking off some of that early frustration. Catalyst catches Phantom right there by the wine, moving back into a lead. Absolutely effortless, he is just completely taking over this map right now. He is simply on another level right now, putting up a formidable lead. A gritty exchange here, but Phantom manages to weather the storm to get another point on the board. The underdog is finally starting to push back. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that fight, managing to knock Phantom off the wine. What a scramble! Catalyst claws out the victory after an absolute firefight to push his lead to 6-2. Simply untouchable right now. He's rolling through this half with a massive cushion. It's a complete reversal from their previous meetings today. Phantom responds quickly with a fast kill to keep things interesting. He has historically dominated this matchup. Phantom really dominates the historical record between these two, with 823 total wins. It's clear the top-rated player is starting to assert that authority here. We'll see if Catalyst can shut this down before the halftime break. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead. The favorite is sitting exactly where he needs to be. I expect him to keep this pace as we move into the second half. Catalyst makes an immediate response, utilizing that wine angle to keep himself firmly in the driver's seat. That's a far cry from those earlier losses in a row. Phantom was simply too fast there, walking away with his health completely intact. A seriously crisp piece of aim to get that round back. Catalyst still holds a 3-round edge over Phantom. Coming off a tough 13-27 stretch today, the momentum is shifting. Catalyst is just not letting up, easily picking Phantom right off the wine. The momentum swings back violently as he pulls ahead once more. A tough spot for the top seed to be in. Phantom manages to secure a clean response to keep himself in the game. He is definitely trying to bring that number 1 seed confidence back into play. Phantom is really making a run for it now, closing the gap on Catalyst with back-to-back wins. He's putting those higher rated skills on full display. He shuts down the comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory. The underdog is putting up a massive fight against the world's best. What a way to close it out! Catalyst secures the win with a perfect final shot. He's finally broken that losing streak against the world number 1. A huge mental victory here for the underdog. Phantom comes out strong and claims that first round from the ramp. Catalyst strikes back immediately, using that height on the ramp to force a deadlock early on. Phantom carries a huge historical advantage on this map with a 68% win rate. It's a bit surprising to see him struggling to find an opening early in this set. We're seeing Catalyst put a lot of pressure on a player who normally owns this space. Catalyst just needs one more to shut this down. He's really playing like the heavy favorite in this one. The momentum has shifted completely and Phantom is starting to even look rattled by this start. The world number 2 is looking incredibly vulnerable right now. Phantom is clawing back at 4-3. His higher rating is starting to tell as he settles in. Catalyst is just not letting him breathe, using that wall to secure another win. That's a really strong showing for someone currently sitting at rank 6. Phantom manages to hold that window tight, making this a one-round game again. Phantom is really making a case for that higher rank today. Phantom is just starting to put his foot on the gas now, ending that last duel quickly from the ramp. Catalyst is just refusing to let Phantom get any momentum, completely shutting him down even with the high ground. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Catalyst is exactly where we expected him to be in this set. Both players are locked in and it's going to be a real toss-up for the second half. Let's see if the switch helps. Catalyst takes a slender lead as we hit 7-6. A surprising turn of events given the overall head-to-head numbers. And we're deadlocked again at 7 apiece. The overall head-to-head advantage for Phantom is certainly showing right now. These two are just trading blows. It's a total coin flip right now to see who will pull ahead. He's really putting his 27 wins from today to the test. Phantom really makes use of that ramp to keep the score locked up. He's certainly making the most of his 27 wins today. Phantom edges ahead, gripping a slim 9-8 lead. A very dominant showing from the second-ranked player so far. Both of them were fighting for that same elevation, but Catalyst managed to come out on top. He's definitely bringing some confidence from that match on Italy P. That's another quick one for Catalyst, effortlessly picking him off the ramp to keep this momentum rolling. He's completely taken over the pace here, securing his third straight finish. He's absolutely on fire, securing another victory from the wine box to reach match point. The favorite's just completely out of sorts in this series. Phantom secures this one from the window, showing some real guts to stay in this. That's a much needed response for the veteran to stay alive. Another perfect response from Phantom to keep the pressure high. Just a few more rounds and he'll have a perfect mirror of the first half. Unbelievable! Catalyst shuts the door with a lightning-fast finish to claim the series. To walk away with the win against someone as dominant on this map is just an incredible feat. What a fight! What an absolute scramble! Phantom manages to pull through a chaotic exchange and barely scrapes away with the first round. Phantom holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history. You can tell he's generally the more consistent force in these matchups, but it's interesting to see Catalyst responding so sharply right out of the gate. Catalyst has all the momentum now, leading 2-1. A tough start for the second-ranked player on the ladder. Everything's back to square one with the score locked. Both players are showing their quality right now. Catalyst is really commanding the map right now, and playing from that Tetris spot just makes him a nightmare to deal with. Phantom really dominated that space from the Tetris, quickly reclaiming his footing in this match. He's certainly making a case for that number 2 rank. Phantom just edged ahead, taking a narrow 4-3 lead. That a look at those rankings really pays off. Catalyst catches him pushing the ramp to keep things dead even. Looking at the overall history, you'd expect that lead to be more secure. Catalyst pulls ahead again, putting Phantom on the defensive. Definitely not the way the pre-match favorites expected this to start. Phantom is making it really hard to build a streak here, just reacting perfectly from that ramp. The higher rated man is starting to assert himself in this set. Catalyst barely claws back the lead, sitting at 6-5. We're all tied up at 6 apiece heading into the break. Catalyst is holding his own just like we expected. This one is really coming down to whoever can keep their nerve in the second half. Time to switch it up. Phantom regains the advantage, now leading 7-6. His experience over thousands of bouts really shows in these high-pressure spots. Phantom is starting to pull away here, and he just dealt with Catalyst while he was perched up on the Tetris. His 26-14 run today is really starting to peak. Phantom puts the pressure on, moving a step ahead. A quick response to stop that slide. And we're back to a deadlock at 8-all. Both players are purely locked in right now. Phantom just shuts him down while he was holding that ramp. The lead is stretching back out. His overall consistency against Catalyst usually creates this kind of gap. He just completely outdueled him right there on the ramp. Looking at those all-time figures, this is a tight race. Phantom edges forward again, clutching a slim 10-9 lead. The experience factor is really starting to show here. He's really putting the squeeze on him now, just making his way toward the finish line. His higher standing on the ladder is giving him a real edge. He just can't be stopped right now, and he's officially at match point. He is just completely outclassing him in these final moments. He is refusing to go down quietly and manages to snag another one right here. He's simply not giving up, cleaning up the round from the boost to keep his hopes alive. The underdog is really making this a battle of nerves. Unbelievable! He barely survives that exchange from the ramp to force the game into overtime. Absolute chaos to enter these extra frames. Incredible. He secures another win from the boost to keep this momentum surging. He simply refused to let the pressure get to him. Phantom shuts that down from the boost to bring us back to a deadlock. He's certainly proving why he's currently sitting at the top of the list. He's really finding a way to neutralize Catalyst, expertly taking control from that heaven position. A quick response to reclaim that narrow lead. Phantom just completely dismantles him from the box to put himself one step closer to victory. Total lockdown from his side of the arena right now. He's just refusing to let the match slip away, keeping this fight alive. A lightning fast exchange to tie this thing up. Game over. He finishes the job right here to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to put that one behind him. Catalyst almost had a little run going there in the overtime stretch. What a fight! Unreal, that was a complete slugfest, and Catalyst barely survives the encounter. Phantom holds a significant advantage with a 63% map win rate. I mean, that experience is really starting to show in these early exchanges. He's putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst to play a perfect game today. Catalyst is cruising right now, leading 3-1. The number 2 seed is really struggling to find answers. Phantom is digging in and fighting back, keeping this series incredibly tight. He's really starting to push back after that tough series of games. Total deadlock now as Catalyst and Phantom sit tied. Both of these players have been extremely active throughout the day. Catalyst just reclaimed a narrow one-round advantage. The higher-rated player is fighting an uphill battle right now. We've seen a lot of quick exchanges lately, but these two are really locked in an intense battle for control. He's definitely leaning on a more consistent run of games lately. Catalyst holds a slim edge, leading 5-4. Both players have been grinding all day, and it's starting to wear on them. Absolutely harrowing exchange. Phantom close out a victory by the narrowest of margins to bring us back to a draw. Phantom takes the lead, putting him up 6-5. He's certainly playing the role of the favorite tonight. Phantom heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, Catalyst was supposed to run away with this one. The underdog is looking far too comfortable right now given his recent 70% win rate. New side, new momentum. Phantom is sitting on a strong 27-14 record over the last day. It's clear he's translating that overall form into this specific series. The momentum shift is palpable now that the pressure has fully tipped in his favor. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. Hard to believe he's the lower ranked player of the pair. Another quick point for Catalyst, who is showing some serious grit right now. He's really putting those higher ladder rankings to the test. Phantom has a commanding 10-7 lead right now. He's continuing to prove that his raw head-to-head advantage is real. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, putting Catalyst in a very deep hole. He looks remarkably sharp considering the long day he's had. Absolute shutdown. He just needs one more to wrap this thing up. Just a total blur of a round, completely outclassed. A gritty scramble here, but he manages to come out on top of the exchange. Catalyst is definitely fighting for every single point now.
What a finish! Phantom secures the final point and takes home the victory.
He really dominated the tempo on orange, and that speed in the early rounds was just too much to handle. Phantom entered this as the clear favorite and the stats support it with an 82% map win rate. It makes that early round loss a bit more surprising given how historically he controls the space here. I'm curious to see if Catalyst can actually maintain this lead. He is absolutely tearing through the start of this match, scoring another one without taking a single point of damage. Phantom finds a way to respond, picking him off the vine to keep things interesting. He's showing exactly why he's top 50 in the league. He's refusing to go away, securing another clean frame to keep this close. Just a glimpse of the form we saw from him against Apex. Unbelievable, we are all square. He has completely erased that early deficit. The skill difference is which way the wind is blowing right now. He's simply on another level right now, taking full control of the series. He's playing like the higher seed we expected today. A swift return to the lead for Catalyst, evening things up at 4-4. That's a stark contrast to their most recent meeting on Blame Orange. He's showing a lot of grit here, reclaiming the lead and refusing to let the match slip. Everything about his presence here signals that high-tier confidence. Pure deadlock now, with Phantom bringing us to 5-5. These two are remarkably close in total kills over their career. Catalyst edges ahead, now holding a slim 6-5 lead. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold that cushion after Phantom's strong 4-round push earlier. Let's see if things shift now. A sharp response from Phantom to keep the deficit at a single round. He really knows how to dig himself out of a hole. Catalyst is really defying the odds right now, especially since he struggled to a 14-27 record over the last day. Well, this is a massive swing in confidence given how his previous matches today have gone. He's proving that the rating gap isn't everything. Absolutely untouchable right now, taking another one without letting a single bullet connect. He's back on the board, shutting down that momentum instantly. His overall career success is clearly reflected in that head-to-head lead. He is just in a different gear right now. That's a really commanding lead. He just needs one more to end this, completely outclassing his opponent in that exchange. He's looking entirely too comfortable in this position. Phantom manages to snag this round and push the count to 8. A fast reflex play to keep his hopes alive. That's another one for the underdog, slowing the momentum as he keeps the dream alive. He's fighting for every single point to stay in this. Game over? He closes it out with an incredible final shot to secure the victory. Just a stunning turnaround from the guy who's been struggling all day. He really fought back to take this one. What a series! Phantom holds a huge historical advantage on this map with a 70% win rate. Looking at the ratings, he's the clear favorite for a reason. The real question now is if Catalyst can actually translate his recent success into a full victory here. Phantom is really starting to pull ahead now. He has been the stronger side in most of their recent bouts. A chaotic scramble for control of the ramp, and Catalyst manages to come out on top. Catalyst is now clutching a slim one-round lead. A completely different look compared to their last few head-to-heads. He just can't be stopped right now, taking control from the container to extend his run. Unexpectedly, the number 2 rated player is the one struggling. What a fight, but the momentum stays firmly with the youngster as he earns another victory. Phantom secures the kill from the container, showing some real grit to stay in this map. He is really playing like the favorite now. Another high ramp battle goes his way and the deficit is almost gone. He's starting to look like the higher rated player on the server. Looking at the daily numbers, Phantom has been far more successful today with a 26-15 record. It's really strange to see him on the back foot while Catalyst is struggling with his total win rate. We're seeing a total flip of the expected dynamic. We're all locked in at 6 apiece heading into the break. Well, Catalyst is effectively holding his own here. He's managed to keep the pressure high, though it's a toss-up as we switch sides. Clean slate for both of them. Catalyst holds the edge as we enter the 13th. He's proving that the gap on the ladder isn't everything. He's completely erased that early lead to level things up, staying untouchable through a tense engagement. The parity between these two is just incredible. Absolutely wild. That was a total war of attrition, and he manages to scrape through by the narrowest of margins. He has practically a huge target on his back now. Absolutely flawless precision as he extends this streak to 3 rounds. He's just completely shut everything down for the other side. A lightning fast encounter, and he has firmly shifted the momentum back to his side. The momentum has shifted entirely and is now just 2 rounds away from closing the map. The expected result is finally staring us in the face. Catalyst finds his mark from the ramp to hold that run. A tough spot to be in for the world number 2. Phantom clears the ramp to put himself just 1 victory away from the win. A dominant performance overall from the world number 2. Unbelievable! He closes out the match with a sharp burst to secure the win. Ultimately, that map history just spoke for itself. He knew exactly how to play the corners to get this one across the finish line. Phantom has the edge in their head-to-head history with 826 wins over his opponent. It's clearly a psychological advantage that's carrying over into today's map. I'm curious to see if Catalyst can shake that trend early on. A total clash of wills on the ramp there, but Catalyst comes out on top to keep this tight. He's definitely feeling the pressure of a tough 13:28 day. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with his life after holding the ramp, clutching a win by a hair. He's really asserting himself as the top-seeded player in this series. Phantom is just dominating this set, leading 4-1. Catalyst digs deep to secure the round, catching his opponent out on the box. That's a solid answer back to shift the energy. Phantom has been on fire lately, putting up a strong 27-14 record over the last day. You know that high energy is really complementing his superior rating in this matchup. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can actually find a way to break this streak. Phantom is comfortably ahead, sitting on a 6-3 lead. That's quite a fight from someone who's traditionally the underdog in this pairing. A complete shutout here, and he's showing some real grit to close the gap. He's really locking in his sights now. Phantom really utilized that height advantage to shut things down quickly. He's firmly in control, looking every bit like the favorite today. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's really leaning into that top 2 ranking. He's proving why the odds were against Catalyst today, but the gap is still narrow enough for a comeback. Fresh start for both. Phantom extends his grip to 8-5 right now. He's really playing like the top 2 seed right now. Phantom's now towering at 9-5 over a struggling Catalyst. That huge experience gap is starting to show clearly. The momentum has completely swung back as he just walked through that exchange without taking a single point of damage. Both players were fighting for their lives in that exchange, but he manages to persevere for another win. He takes this one without breaking a sweat and is now just a single round away from victory. Absolute perfection for the final shot. Phantom closes out the series in a flash. Just a total shutdown here as he keeps the momentum rolling for another straight victory today. absolute chaos to start the match, and Catalyst barely scrapes through that fight with almost nothing left. Phantom has the clear edge with a 65% win rate on this map. It's really surprising to see him start this slowly, given how much more comfortable he usually is here. He'll need to flip the script quickly. Total deadlock now that they're locked at 2 apiece. It's a familiar sight, especially after that 13-5 blowout they just had. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on now, moving a step closer to a commanding lead. It's an impressive showing for the man currently ranked 6th on our ladder. Catalyst is running away with it at 4-2. He's having a tough stretch today with a 13-29 record across his sets. Phantom claws back to 3, but Catalyst still leads. The second ranked player is starting to exert his authority. Phantom really has a commanding historical edge, with over 800 total round wins in their head-to-head. It's quite striking that the higher rated player is the one struggling to hold ground in this particular set. He needs to find a way to stop this slide. We're back to a dead heat at 5-all. He's definitely looking more like the favorite we expected. Phantom just blasts him off the box to keep this momentum rolling. He is really leaning into that huge 28-13 day so far. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, Catalyst was expected to take control here, but the underdog is actually holding the advantage. Let's see if he can close this out. New side, new energy. Phantom is simply too fast right now, shutting things down almost instantly from that elevated spot. The gap in their overall win rates is really starting to show. What a scramble! He barely manages to survive that firefight with a tiny sliver of health left. He's practically untouchable in this half. Both players traded heavy damage here, but he keeps his composure to seal the deal. He's really asserting himself as a top 2 player in the league. He's just completely in control now, putting up a huge lead. The gap in skill is really becoming a factor here. He's absolutely crushing this set, now just a single round away from victory. He is simply too consistent to be shaken right now. Unreal, he closes out the final fight to secure a huge victory. A quick response from the top seed to put that early scare behind him. He's just playing at a completely different level today. Phantom takes the opener from the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Catalyst right out of the gate. Phantom enters this series with a huge amount of confidence after sweeping their last 3 meetings. It's a stark contrast to Catalyst, who is really struggling to find any stability today. We'll see if that early lead turns into a landslide. Another clean execution from the ramp as he keeps the momentum shifting heavily in his favor. He's living up to that #1 spot on the ladder right now. Catalyst finally answers back with a sharp response to slow things down. He's showing great tenacity right now, picking up another quick frame to chip away at that deficit. Incredible F5, but he manages to drop Phantom right off the ramp to stay hot. He's completely flipped the script on this server. What a scrap! Phantom barely walks away from that one, managing to knock him off the ramp in a frantic exchange. Phantom's just far too consistent with his positioning, grabbing another one while holding that high ground. The top-seeded player is just continuing that dominant run of form. He shows some real grit here, outdueling his opponent on the ramp to cut the lead down to 2. Still feeling like the underdog in this clash. Unbelievable. He survives on a sliver of health to keep this comeback alive. The gap in their rankings is starting to look a lot smaller. We're all squared up at 6-all. The pace is exactly where you'd expect for 2 players of this caliber. Catalyst is using his map advantage to keep the top seed from pulling away. Let's see who blinks first. He's really digging in, outdueling his opponent to take a surprising lead. The momentum has completely shifted in this server. Total deadlock now as Phantom ties it up at 7. Just another highlight in a long string of victories for the top seed. A fierce exchange that finally goes in favor of the trailing player, showing some real heart from Catalyst. He's refusing to let the rankings dictate the outcome today. He's simply not letting up, strolling into a 2-round lead with an effortless shot. A complete reversal from how things started out here. Another perfect sequence here, and he's now fully in control of the match. The pre-match expectations are completely out the window. Phantom puts a stop to that run from the ramp, proving he's not going away easily. He's fighting for his life in this server. Phantom completely shuts him down on the ramp, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's quickly clawing back into this series. That was way too easy. He's continuing this impressive climb back into the lead. He's completely stunted that comeback effort right there. He's refusing to crumble and secures a clean win from the ramp. The experience gap is starting to show through these critical points. He's completely leveled the playing field, tying this up at 11-all. A surprising level of parity between these two today. He keeps this charge going, moving himself just 1 step away from a victory. It's getting harder for the favorite to find his footing here. What a way to close out the regulation, just deleting Catalyst off the ramp to force the extra frames. Absolutely electric atmosphere for these final stakes. Phantom is simply refusing to break, keeping the pressure on in these high-stakes frames. A really tight window there, but he held his ground. He's completely untouchable right now, securing a third straight victory from the ramp. What a wild exchange! He barely hangs on to survive that chaos and moves within a single round of victory. Tough break for Catalyst after such a strong push. Absolute perfection. He finishes the series with a huge statement win to close it all out. He just couldn't let the momentum slide once those overtime frames started. That's a tough way to end it for Catalyst after fighting so hard. Truly an incredible battle. What a fight! Catalyst scrapes through that opening exchange and takes the first round. Phantom has been firmly in control of the day with a 29-12 record so far. That momentum is really starting to show given his dominance in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can find a way to break that trend. We're all tied up as they head into round 5. We're seeing that same pattern from their last few meetings. Phantom is starting to look very dangerous as he pulls ahead in the early game. He's just too sharp right now, making it a 3-round streak to take control. It's mirroring the result of their most recent clash on red line. He secures another victory from the ramp, extending his lead to 5-2. The top seed is putting on a clinic today. He keeps the pressure on, responding with a perfectly timed shot to trim the deficit. He's showing a lot of grit to stay in this game. He's refusing to go away, claiming another one to keep this close. The underdog is really starting to put a dent in the lead. Phantom is historically the stronger of the two, holding a significant lead in their overall head-to-head record. I mean, it's an edge he's definitely leveraging right now to keep his lead. It'll be tough for Catalyst to overturn those odds. Catalyst controls the pace from the ramp to pull this one back. He's really tightened up the gap as we head into the final stretch. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Catalyst is really fighting against the grain here. Despite the pre-match expectations, the top seed is struggling to close out rounds against a very confident Phantom. Fresh start from the other side. What a scramble! He barely survives that exchange to secure a narrow lead. The world number 1 is starting to reassert himself. That was a total shutdown to bring the tally level at 7-7. The momentum has completely shifted from where we started. Phantom regains the edge, moving one step ahead at 8-7. That ladder gap is really starting to factor in. He secures an advantage from the ramp to bring us back to a deadlock at 8-8. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. He's simply not letting up, securing a perfectly clean win to seize the lead. It's getting hard to ignore that underdog spark. He's just outclassing everyone right now, picking up another effortless win to extend the run. He's completely reversed the course of this series. He manages to win the slugfest to keep things interesting. The number 1 ranked player is really digging in here. A surprisingly tense standoff that ended with a clean shot for Catalyst, putting him just 2 away from the finish. The pressure is shifting toward a higher rated seed now. Pure efficiency from Catalyst, who is now just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect final exchange to secure the victory. He really stepped up to pull off the upset today. To take down the world number 1 after a rough morning is just incredible. He had to earn every single one of those rounds. What a fight! Phantom has dominated this specific rivalry with over 800 all-time wins. He's clearly the stronger player on paper, but it's interesting to see him start fast here, especially since he's been struggling in their most recent head-to-head meetings. Phantom is really pulling away with a 2-1 lead. His 29-13 run over the last day is certainly showing. Goodness, both players were absolutely shredded in that trade, but Catalyst just barely keeps his head above water to tie this up. Phantom recaptures the momentum, edging ahead 3-2. It is a bit surprising given that Catalyst took their last meeting. Phantom's really putting the squeeze on Catalyst now, 4-2. It looks like the number 2 seed is fully in control. That's a quick response from Catalyst to keep this thing tight. Both these guys have been grinding heavily all day. Phantom's higher map win rate is starting to feel like a real factor in this series, and honestly it's making a difference since he's already staring down the top 5 on the ladder. It'll be tough for Catalyst to close this gap if he can't find a way to disrupt that flow. He's just untouchable right now, cruising to a commanding 7-3 lead. The top 6 in our rating are really clashing here. Unreal, both players were barely holding on, but he scrapes through with a tiny sliver of health to keep this streak alive. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the pre-match hype for Catalyst hasn't panned out at all. We're looking at a potential upset if he can't stop this momentum. Time for a quick reset. Catalyst finds a lifeline to bring it to 8-5. He's not letting the gaps in their overall record slow him down. A gritty sequence there as the underdog continues to claw his way back into this match. He's definitely starting to find some answers to those aggressive plays. Phantom secures another, pushing the lead to 9-6. He's definitely proving why he's sitting in that number 2 spot. Phantom extends his grip to 10-6, looking dominant. He seems to have finally broken through the wall today. He just can't be stopped right now, powering through another round to extend his lead. This puts a huge amount of pressure on the 6th ranked player. Catalyst manages to snap that run of rounds, keeping the fight alive. That's a much needed glimpse of the form he's shown in other matchups today. The gap is shrinking fast and Catalyst has all the momentum heading into the final stretch. He's playing with a lot more confidence now. Phantom secures the edge from the ramp, bringing him to the precipice of victory. The favorite is simply refusing to let this slip. What a way to close it out. He seals the deal with an effortless final strike to take the series. That's a huge statement. Win for the favorite to really put a stamp on this rivalry today. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clutching out a frantic victory to take the opening round. Phantom is carrying an incredible 30-12 record from today. It's clear he's in superior form compared to Catalyst right now. The gap in the ladder is usually a bit smaller, but we're seeing that top-tier skill gap translate into actual rounds. Deadlock now as Catalyst fights back to tie it. His edge on the ladder hasn't played a factor yet. Catalyst is really taking control of the pace here, stacking up a solid early lead. The heavy favorite is feeling the pressure right now. Phantom manages to take him down from that high spot, keeping things dead even. Our top seed is certainly feeling the weight of the match. Catalyst holds the narrow lead at 4-3 right now. Interestingly, he's the one struggling more today with that 12-30 record. Both players are locked in a fierce 4-4 stalemate. That's a very balanced head-to-head record for these two. Phantom just completely dismantled that attempt, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold the Tetris. We are completely tied up at 5 apiece. Our top-rated player is really battling to hold on here. Catalyst is simply too fast right now, shutting Phantom down even while he was holding that ramp position. We're all square at 6-6 going into the break. Honestly, it's a total toss-up right now. Catalyst was touted as the stronger pick for this one, but Phantom is proving he can trade blows with the best. Side swap, let's get back into it. Catalyst makes a great read using that boost, putting himself in a strong position as he pulls ahead. Both players have a nearly identical win percentage on this specific map. Phantom secures the win from that boost, proving he can hold the high ground just as well as his opponent. The number 1 seed is really clawing back into this series. Catalyst is really finding some traction, capitalizing on that high spot to move further ahead. Phantom has dominated the head-to-head record in the past, controlling over 50% of their encounters, and honestly, it's surprising to see that legacy fading right now. He's having a tough time keeping up with the pace as Catalyst builds this lead. Catalyst maintains a slim edge at 9-8. The number 1 rated guy is starting to show his teeth. Phantom is really heating up now, picking that shot off the Tetris to even things up again. He's really asserting his authority as the top seed here. Catalyst is barely hanging on to a 10-9 lead. Really surprising to see the favorite struggle this much. Phantom secures the advantage from that boost, and now we've got a complete deadlock heading into the final stretch. Despite his high rating, he's had to sweat for every single point. Wow! He barely walked away from that carnage. He manages to edge out the victory in a total scrap to take an 11-10 lead. That level of consistency is why he sits at the top of our rating. Just a blink of an eye and Catalyst takes it. These two are completely deadlocked. A quick recovery for Catalyst, who barely broke a sweat to reach match point. He's definitely making the most of this sudden surge. An absolute stunner to force the draw. We are headed to overtime after that perfect display of precision. A perfect reset for the overtime block. Phantom is putting on a clinic right now, punishing Catalyst for playing too passively on that ramp. He's taking full control of this final stretch. What a fight! He barely scrapes through with a sliver of health to maintain his lead. That's a huge swing in momentum for him. An effortless shot to keep the pressure on in this overtime battle, squeezing every bit of value out of that round. He just completely shut that exchange down to move within striking distance of the series. A quick cleanup there to put him in a dominant position. Absolutely unbelievable. Phantom closes out the map with a clean victory from the ramp. He truly had to dig deep to pull through in overtime, but his composure was just on another level. He really earned that one. What a match. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. Phantom and Catalyst are facing off to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Phantom enters this map with a dominant 68% win rate. It's a huge contrast to his opponent's historical struggle on this ground. We'll see if that experience translates into a recovery after the early loss. Catalyst is holding a slight lead as we reset. A tough stretch lately for his opponent though. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on, picking Phantom right off the ramp. The top seed is certainly feeling the heat right now. He's just not letting up, picking up a third straight for the commanding 4-1 lead. The current world number 1 is looking very vulnerable right now. What a scrap! He barely scrapes by with a sliver of health to keep his hopes alive. He needs to stay consistent to maintain that favorite status. Catalyst is just too quick today, shutting Phantom down right as he tried to hold the ramp. This is a huge swing given their overall rivalry. Phantom secures a tidy kill from the ramp to keep his rally going. It's a closer battle than most expected heading into this. Catalyst is playing with so much confidence, just cleaning up Phantom right off that ramp. Catalyst is just outreacting him right now, taking that duel even with Phantom holding the high ground. Unbelievable, he barely survives the exchange on the toolbox, clutching it out with a tiny fraction of health. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 8-4, and really that is exactly where most people expected him to be. I mean, he is just outplaying the top seed right now. Time to see if Phantom wakes up. Phantom has been absolutely on fire today, putting up an impressive 29-12 record across his matches. Well, it's that level of high-end form that usually separates the top seed from the rest of the field. He's finally starting to exert that pressure. He just can't be stopped right now, taking another one without taking any damage. The gap between them is closing fast after that start. Absolutely wild. He survives by the skin of his teeth to tie things up at 8-8. He's completely wiped the slate clean from here. Catalyst enters back quickly, knocking him off the ramp to reclaim the lead. Catalyst holds a 2-round cushion as we move forward. He's putting the under 1 ranked player in a very precarious spot. He puts up another huge performance from the wine box to secure a 3rd straight round. He's putting a huge dent in that overall head-to-head lead. That's a lightning-fast reaction by Phantom to cut the gap further. He's finally starting to push back against the odds. A lightning-fast response puts Catalyst on the verge of victory. He's refusing to go down easy, clawing his way back into the series. He's certainly proving why he's a top-tier competitor on the ladder. What a way to close it out. Catalyst takes the final round with a perfect finish to seal the series. He really stood his ground against the world's best today, proving that the rankings don't tell the whole story. He had to earn every single round in that one. What a fight! What a battle! Catalyst barely edges out the victory in a chaotic exchange. Phantom has been dominant lately, going 30-12 in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. This has been a real back and forth struggle historically, and Catalyst needs to keep this tight if he wants to maintain his edge. Catalyst keeps his composure and secures that win from the ramp, tying everything up early on. Expectations were high for the number 2 seed entering this. Unbelievable! He claws back into the lead with a frantic exchange right there on the ramp. Catalyst usually takes the edge in these matchups. Phantom is really starting to pull away from the pack here after that dominant play from the ramp. He's really capitalizing on his higher seeding today. Phantom takes a narrow lead at 4-3. Both players are showing an incredibly similar level of form right now. Catalyst actually holds a 73% success rate on this map. While he isn't showing that right now, it's surprising to see him trailing since he usually performs so well here. He needs to find a way to disrupt this flow before it gets out of hand. Phantom just cannot be shaken right now, taking another round from the ramp to keep the pressure high. The number 2 seed in the rankings is looking very comfortable. A gritty exchange ends with Catalyst pulling him off the ramp to chip away at that lead. It's a huge boost of confidence for the underdog right now. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure on as we head into the break. That's an incredibly clean way to close out the first half. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a bit shocking given that Catalyst usually clears 73% of his games on red line. The underdog is really putting on a show right now. Time for a fresh start. He's showing some real grit here, digging in to narrow that gap. A lot more room for error on that final spray. The pressure is starting to mount for the favorite here. He's absolutely on fire now, evening things up perfectly at 7-all. The momentum has completely shifted for the underdog. He's just completely taking over now, securing a total shutout to claim the lead. A total turnaround from the early game. Phantom finds the angle from the ramp to bring the score back to a dead heat. Their all-time history leans heavily toward the favorite. Absolutely untouchable. He just walked right through that exchange to regain a 1-round advantage. Catalyst is proving that the pre-game odds might have been skewed. He completely shuts him down from the Tetris, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. That's a heavy way to shake his confidence. He's just too quick, catching Phantom right off the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. The pressure is really starting to weigh on him now. Absolute perfection. He just can't be stopped, and now he's just one step away from victory. What a run! Catalyst closes it out and secures the victory. He really turned the tables in the second half to stifle the second best player in the league. Just a dominant way to close out the series. Phantom clearly holds the overall advantage with a 55% head-to-head win rate. However, that doesn't tell the whole story, given how Catalyst has owned this matchup lately. We'll see if the higher seed can actually find a way to flip the script. Catalyst is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. We've gone back and forth every single round so far. Neither of these two is letting the other get any breathing room. The number 2 seed is showing some teeth. Phantom claws back to a narrow 3-2 lead. He's been dealing with a tough run of losses recently. He's just on another level right now, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback. He's simply untouchable right now, cruising to another effortless win. He's really putting that top 2 rating on display right now. A chaotic exchange, but he manages to come out on top and extend that run to 5. He is firmly asserting his dominance as the higher seed here. Catalyst manages to respond and trim the gap to 6-3. Phantom has been absolutely on fire today with a 30-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge contrast to how Catalyst has struggled during his matches today. The momentum is firmly with the favorite right now. Phantom is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 7-4 lead. His recent match history against the second-ranked player is impressive. Phantom goes into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's completely defied the pre-match projections so far. He looks way too strong for Catalyst to handle on this map. Fresh start for Catalyst now. Phantom stays in the driver's seat at 8-5. Looking at the numbers, that's a huge contrast to their last few head-to-heads. Phantom is just unstoppable, pushing his lead to 9-5. He's really making a case for that top 2 spot. Phantom is just piling on the pressure now, leaving Catalyst with a massive hill to climb. That contrast in recent form is starting to show. Phantom keeps the pedal down, leading 10-6. The sex is definitely fighting to stay in the game. The pace of these exchanges is incredibly fast. These two are just trading shots and deciding rounds in a heartbeat. A swift response here to shut down that small run and put him within a single round of victory. Catalyst manages to secure a clean kill, keeping the dream alive. He's really grinding through a steep deficit right now. Another effortless win for Catalyst, showing he's still fighting despite the score. He's proven he can compete with the elite of the league. He is absolutely locked in, securing his 3rd straight for a massive swing in momentum. What a finish! Phantom closes it out with a perfect run to secure the victory. He really proved he's got the edge on this map today. Catalyst put up a fight, but it just wasn't enough. What an absolute war to start the map, but Phantom manages to scrape through the chaos. Phantom enters this as the heavy favorite with a 66% win rate on this map, but it's Catalyst who has looked much sharper in their head-to-head clashes recently. We'll see if those recent wins give him the confidence to take a lead here. It's a dead heat now, with both players tied. The second-ranked player in the world is starting to exert his will. Phantom is really starting to put the pressure on, moving into a commanding position here. He's certainly making the most of that high seeding today. We're locked in a total stalemate at 3 apiece. He's definitely making the most of that top 6 rating right now. Unbelievable. That was a complete slugfest, and Catalyst just barely walks away with his life. He's fighting for a really tough day overall. Both Phantom and Catalyst are still completely neck and neck. Phantom edges ahead, just as we hit the 9th. He's certainly had the more productive day so far with that high win count. We've got a total toss up on our hands, with neither player able to build any lasting momentum. A very sharp series of games for him today. What a desperate fight, and he barely manages to keep his head above water with just a sliver of health remaining. That's some serious grit, surviving on such a thin margin. It's 7-5 in favor of Catalyst heading into the break. Honestly, this is exactly how the oddsmakers saw this playing out. Catalyst is holding his own and keeping the pressure high as they switch sides. Catalyst holds a narrow edge as we kick off 13. He's coming into the stretch with a massive 31-12 record today. Catalyst has a significantly worse win rate today, finishing the last 24 hours at 13-30, but those struggles aren't showing in this specific match. He's really capitalizing on this momentum to push his lead. Catalyst is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. That's a surprising run of form for the underdog. That was instant. He just deleted his opponent to keep this comeback alive. Another lightning fast win for the underdog, refusing to let this deficit get any larger. He's completely erased the lead, bringing us back to a dead square. The momentum has completely shifted with those quick bursts. He claims another round with a sharp pick from the wine. He's playing with an awful lot of confidence despite that rating gap. Catalyst is really closing in on this, putting himself just 2 steps away from the finish line. A total shutdown there. Catalyst is just 1 round away from victory. He's just completely dismantled that defense. Phantom stays frosty to extend this series, showing a lot of heart to keep himself in the game. And there it is. Catalyst closes it out and secures the victory. He just wouldn't let the higher rank intimidate him today. That was a gritty performance to overcome the odds on Italy. What a series! Phantom comes in with a very strong 30-13 record over the last day, and that high level of confidence should help him here since he's historically held the edge in their direct matchups. Let's see if he can maintain that control as the set progresses. Phantom is just cruising through these opening rounds. The number 2 seed is making this look easy. Catalyst is fighting back, claiming that duel from the boost to keep things tight. A quick reminder that the top 5 are a very tight group. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. The current momentum clearly favors the lower ranked player. He's just completely taking over this series right now. The number 6 seed is looking very comfortable right now. Absolute perfection on the shot, that is 4 straight for the opponent. The favorite is really struggling to find any answers here. And there it is. Phantom manages to knock him off the boost and break that momentum. He's definitely looking to flip the script after those earlier losses. Phantom is really capitalizing on that high ground right now, and it's putting Catalyst on the defensive. He's really trying to prove his number 2 seed status today. Catalyst secures the lead by utilizing the heaven position, a really sharp play to keep the pressure on. A total stalemate now, with both locked at 5. Both players are just trading blows today. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a slim 6-5 lead. He's looking really sharp right now, despite those tougher results earlier today. We've got a 6-all tie heading into the break. You know, Phantom was expected to struggle here, but he's showing he can trade blows with the favorite. It'll be interesting to see who blinks first in the second half. Switching sides, let's see who takes it. Catalyst holds a thin lead at 7-6. He's really showing that his head-to-head match history is starting to shift. A total deadlock again. Phantom brings us right back to 7-7. Phantom is starting to build some serious heat here, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. He's completely in control now, cleaning up from the ramp to move to 9-7. An incredibly tough day for his opponent so far. The onslaught continues. He's just completely outclassing the opposition right now. What a scramble! He barely escapes that engagement with a sliver of life left to keep the streak alive. He's just unstoppable right now, moving into a commanding 12-7 lead. Catalyst secures the round, finally putting a stop to the crushing run from his opponent. He needs to find a few more of those to keep his hopes alive. Unreal, he survives by a hair to close out the match. He's just completely dominated the pace in this half. A huge confidence boost for the number 2 seed after that strong run. Phantom clearly holds the historical edge here, leading the all-time head-to-head with over 800 wins. Well, it's a bit strange to see him starting slow when his recent 30-13 record today shows he's in great form. He'll need to shake off this start quickly. Absolutely outclassing him right now, and that's 3 straight for Catalyst. Phantom claims this one from the window, finally cutting into the deficit. The favorite is starting to wake up. Catalyst has all the momentum right now, quickly shutting down Phantom's attempt to hold that ramp. He's fighting a tough uphill battle on the ladder right now. Catalyst is just dominating this set, leading 5-1. A real reversal of the script for the number 2 seed. The pressure is mounting for Phantom as Catalyst continues to put on a display of absolute control. He's really capitalizing on the higher seed's struggle today. A lightning fast exchange, and the veteran secures another one for himself. The ratings show a gap of 108 between these two, but it's an interesting dynamic, because Catalyst is actually the one who's been stumbling in his recent matches. And he's now clearly feeling that dip in form as Phantom starts to claw back into this. He's just on fire now, scoring 4 straight to pull within 1 before we head into the break. Catalyst takes the 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's living up to that favorite status so far. He just needs to keep his cool as Phantom starts pushing back. Let's see if the momentum sticks. Catalyst is simply too sharp today, shutting down Phantom's attempt to push from the ramp. A very surprising start for the 6th ranked man today. Absolute perfection from Phantom, erasing any doubt that he can close this gap. It's getting far too close for comfort for the favorite. That was a wild clash on the ramp, and Catalyst comes out on top to extend his lead. The 6th ranked man is really putting on a clinic here. A completely clean take for Phantom, showing some real grit to stay in this fight. The higher seeded man is starting to put the pressure back on. Catalyst really knows how to time those peaks from the planks, keeping a strong grip on the lead. Despite the current score, we've seen his dominance in their last few maps. Catalyst is really putting the hammer down, securing that win from the window to move firmly toward the finish line. Another effortless point for Catalyst, who now stands just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! Catalyst slams the door shut to secure the victory. A huge result for the underdog here, proving that those rating gaps don't always mean a thing in the server. Phantom gets the early edge and wipes Catalyst right off that ramp. Catalyst holds a strong 73% win rate on this particular map. It makes sense, he's feeling confident since he's already managed to take a few games off this opponent today. He'll be looking to maintain that momentum here. Both players went for the same ground here, but Catalyst was just a hair faster to react. Looking like an uphill battle for the favorite today. We're all squared up now, with both tied at 2. He certainly looks more comfortable than he did in that fast aim set. Phantom's just got a really strong read on the positioning right now, taking that latest fight from the ramp. Hard to shake off that recent loss on fast aim. Absolute deadlock now with both sitting at 3. The second ranked guy in the world is feeling the pressure. Catalyst is really starting to put the squeeze on him now, taking a commanding grip of this set. He's simply too fast, taking a third straight round without taking a single point of damage. The favorite's lead in their head-to-head history isn't helping him right now. Phantom manages to snap the run by catching his opponent off the ramp. Just an interesting contrast to their last match on Blame Map. We've got a total stalemate with Phantom and Catalyst tied. Catalyst hasn't had a great run of things today. Catalyst is playing with a lot of confidence right now, securing that win from the ramp to take the lead. Catalyst leads 7-5 heading into the break. I mean, he's really playing up to the hype today. He's looked sharp on this map and he should feel good about this cushion going into the switch. Time to swap sides. Phantom is closing in on a tie at 6-7. Both of these guys have put in a massive amount of work throughout the day. Unreal. He barely survives the exchange but manages to clear the ramp and bring the tally back to 7-7. What a scramble! He barely comes out on top of that chaos to take a third straight round. He's certainly putting those overall head-to-head numbers on display right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving into a 4-game tier. He's really putting those head-to-head totals to the test right now. Catalyst finally answers back, narrowing the gap to a single round. Despite the rank gap, Catalyst is showing a lot of grit here. Phantom has an overall positive record with 29 wins over the last day. Well, the momentum is shifting back to him. He's effectively shutting down Catalyst's run and starting to put that skill gap into play. Neither player would budge on that ramp, but Catalyst just had a slightly quicker reaction this time. This is definitely a battle of nerves now. Catalyst is just capitalizing on every mistake, securing that victory from the ramp to keep the pressure high. Phantom's reactions were just a split second faster in that race for the ramp. He's really making a case for that second place spot on the ladder. This is officially a toss-up. We are headed straight for a nail-biter finish. Absolutely harrowing. He survives by a mere sliver of health to bring himself to the verge of victory. Incredible! Phantom clears him off the Tetris to force a total deadlock at 12 all. He's really fighting to overcome a tough, rough start to his day. Catalyst has put himself in a prime spot to wrap this up right now. A truly impressive day for the 6th ranked player. He's really starting to distance himself here, putting a significant dent in Phantom's hopes for a comeback. He is simply on fire right now, completely shutting down that attempt at a comeback. A complete reversal of the expected outcome for this pairing. Holy cow, he claws his way back from the edge to keep the dream alive. A crazy reflex shot to outplay the pressure, slowing down the pace just in time to keep the set alive. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door with a perfect final sequence to seal the series. He really had to fight through the fire for that one, especially with how Phantom kept clawing back into it. What a fight! Phantom comes out swinging here, catching Catalyst completely off guard while he was perched up high. Phantom is really asserting his authority here, quickly picking Catalyst off that box for another round. Catalyst really showed some grit with that win from the high ground, answering back quickly. The top 5 in our rating really are battling it out. Catalyst is really starting to snowball right now, taking total control of the pace. Phantom holds the slim lead at 3-2. He's showing why he holds that number 2 spot on the ladder. Catalyst is just too fast right now, holding that high ground and resetting the score to a dead even split. Phantom is playing a dangerous game of trade-off, managing to outduel Catalyst right from that box. Phantom's win rate on this specific map is a strong 65%. It's clearly giving him the comfort he needs to build this cushion. Since Catalyst has struggled significantly here in the past, the pressure is really mounting on him to find an answer. Just unbelievable. He's completely taken over the match now. A huge shift from their earlier clash today. He claws one back, keeping things interesting as we head toward the break. He's definitely fighting back after those rough losses earlier today. Phantom takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly the underdog is completely flipping the script here. He looked far too comfortable throughout that 4-round streak to let the favorite back in easily. Let's see if the momentum holds. Phantom's just cruising along with a massive 9-4 lead. The head-to-head historicals are definitely leaning in his direction. Phantom is simply too quick, knocking Catalyst right off the box before he could even react. Catalyst was absolutely on fire there, shutting him down the moment he stepped up onto that box. Phantom has that historical edge in head-to-head matches with a 55% win rate over his opponent, but we are seeing a huge swing in confidence now. It'll be interesting to see if Catalyst can actually close this gap in real time. Phantom puts an end to that brief run and moves into a commanding position. His early favorite status is really starting to show. A tight exchange here, but Catalyst secures the victory to keep his hopes alive. He's really fighting uphill against an elite opponent right now. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange with a handful of health left. He's really digging in deep to close this gap. What a messy scramble. He manages to come out on top and keeps this streak rolling. He's completely refusing to go quietly into the night. He's absolutely relentless, securing another clean victory to stay in the fight. The early projection for this matchup is looking less and less accurate. Boom! He shuts the door on this series with a perfect final shot. He managed to hold his nerve just long enough to secure this one. It's a huge relief for him, given those recent losses to this guy. What a fight! Phantom is showing a massive amount of individual strength today with that 30-14 record. It's a big contrast to how things have gone in their recent head-to-head clashes. Catalyst has really had the upper hand lately, so he'll be looking to keep that psychological edge early on. Phantom's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really proving why he's the number 2 seed here. Absolutely untouchable. He's just completely taken over this map. He's simply not letting up, keeping the pressure high with a 4th consecutive victory. It's a huge shift from how their last few series went. What a response from Catalyst, who just completely shut that door with a lightning fast shot. Phantom is having a standout day with a 30-14 record over his last several matches. It's clearly giving him a huge amount of confidence coming into this specific map where he historically outclasses Catalyst. I'm wondering if this is where he finally pulls away. Phantom's just cruising right now, holding a 3-round lead. He's fighting out of a rough 15-29 days so far. That's a second straight for Catalyst, who is refusing to let the lead slip away. A tough spot for the favorite to find himself in. Phantom holds a comfortable 3-round cushion at 7-4. Just a glimpse of that dominance we've seen in their head-to-head history. We head into the break with Phantom leading 7-5, right? It's a surprising start since the general expectation was for Catalyst to take this. He's definitely fighting an uphill battle now. Time to see if Catalyst resets. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange, clinging to a narrow lead. A solid look at why the top 2 seeds are meeting in this series. He is showing some real grit now, chipping away at that lead. The momentum is shifting back and forth here. It's a bold effort from the underdog to stay in this. Another spotless round for Catalyst, who is starting to close the gap with sheer willpower. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seed now. Phantom still keeps a slim 2-round advantage. It is a brutal grind for the 5th ranked player here. Phantom keeps a firm grip with a 10-7 lead. He really is playing like a top 5 talent today. A perfect sequence of shots there, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. He's not going down without a fight. Another clean take for Catalyst, who is really showing his persistence in this contest. He's really digging in his heels now. Unreal. He barely makes it out of that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health left. He's really flexing the rank 2 spot when it matters most. He just shuts everything down to move within a single round of victory. The higher rank is simply capitalizing on every single opening. What a nail-biter! Catalyst manages to claw back one more round, barely surviving that absolute war of attrition. He's barely clinging to life after that trade. And there it is. Phantom closes out the series with a perfectly timed shot to secure the victory. He really held his nerve when it mattered most to close this out. Catalyst pushed him to the limit there. Hard-fought win. Phantom gets the early lead here, utilizing that high ground to shut things down quickly. Phantom is entering this series on a complete tear, having put up a 31-13 record today. It's clear that confidence is fueling this start. We just have to see if Catalyst can find a way to slow this momentum down before the gap becomes too wide. He's just unstoppable right now, moving the score to a total shutout. He's really capitalizing on that top 2 rank today. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, taking the win while both were fighting from the ramp. Catalyst finally answers back with a clean trade from the ramp. The head-to-head history suggests this could be a closer fight. Phantom is really putting on a show, reclaiming that ramp quickly to widen the lead. His recent success today is really starting to translate here. Phantom is just way too fast today, catching Catalyst right as he tried to hold the ramp. The underdog label definitely doesn't fit him tonight. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak rolling. He's proving that those 2 earlier wins in the series weren't flukes. Catalyst puts a stop to that run, walking away completely unscathed. It's a bit strange seeing him as the underdog for this specific pair. Unreal, he barely hangs on with just 5 HP left to secure this point. That's another clutch save to stay on top. Phantom takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is completely falling apart here. Catalyst is just not reacting to the pressure right now. Let's see if Catalyst wakes up. He's playing this set like he's completely alone in the server. His dominance is continuing across the board today. He's certainly trying to claw back into this, but that lead is still a mountain to climb. A blistering firefight, and Phantom comes out on top, putting himself just 1 point away from the victory. What a way to close it out! He secures the map with a hard-fought victory from the ramp. He's just in a different gear today, looking absolutely flawless in his movement on the arena. Phantom gets the early lead, catching Catalyst right as he was stepping up the ramp. Phantom has an overwhelming 31-13 record over the last day. He's definitely the hot hand right now. It's surprising to see that momentum hit a wall so quickly given how he's dominated their head-to-head history. This is a huge opportunity for Catalyst to flip the script. We're completely locked in a stalemate at 2 apiece. It's a stark contrast to those 3 straight losses he just suffered. Catalyst is looking very comfortable right now, managing to keep his hold on the ramp to take the lead. He's definitely making up for those tough losses in their previous meetings. Both Phantom and Catalyst are dead even at 3-all. It's a big swing from the results we saw in their prior games today. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1 in a tight battle. The underdog is definitely holding his own in this one. Phantom's positioning was just a bit too aggressive there, catching him right as he climbed the ramp. Phantom regains the edge with a 5-4 lead. The second-ranked player is really putting his skill on display. He secures the advantage from the ramp to keep this hot streak alive. He's just completely taken over the map, closing out this run to seize a commanding lead. The heavy favorite is just asserting his authority today. Phantom goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's really pushing the pace against a player who usually has the upper hand here. It looks like another potential upset since Catalyst hasn't been able to stop that mid-half surge. Catalyst shuts him down on the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this fight alive. Everything has shifted from what we expected coming into this duel. Phantom is putting on a clinic, quickly reclaiming that cushion as he cleans up Catalyst from the ramp. The second seed is really establishing his presence here. Catalyst effortlessly picks him off the Tetris, continuing to climb back into this contest. That was an incredibly sharp read to catch him off guard. Unreal! He barely scraps through that exchange, clutching a victory with a handful of health left. Phantom has clearly pushed past that initial struggle to secure a substantial lead. And after his strong 31-13 showing over the last day, it feels like he simply found a gear that Catalyst can't match right now. The pressure is really starting to mount for the 6th seed. The momentum is completely one-sided now, and he is just 1 step away from victory.
Exactly what you expect to see from the higher seed.
A huge sigh of relief for Catalyst as he digs in and forces this one to go the distance. He's fighting an uphill battle to keep this series alive. What a finish! Phantom shuts the door on this match from the ramp. He's really in top form today, making short work of that final push to wrap things up quickly.